Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another episode of Pokemon Snow. I am your host, the Gold Crow. I am your GM and DM for this evening, and with me, I have four of my wonderful friends with me. The one who is the sheep is going to regale us what happened last time with the Sun Eater Owlbear.
Meh. Okay, last time we set out to take on the monster that the Hallowed Flames got bodied by. Nick and Proteus went to the temple to get some spell scrolls to help us with that fight. While they were there, Rebecca asked to come along since we were adventurers, and she didn't want anyone else getting killed by this thing. Nick and Proteus accepted her request, and she accompanied us. Due to the perceived time crunch, we decided to hurry this quest along and reach the spot by midnight rather than having to wait an extra day to do what we needed to do. Unfortunately, this resulted in an encounter with a bunch of fey creatures on the way. Thanks to Rebecca, we didn't need to waste any time recovering afterward, and she led us directly to where we needed to go. There, we defeated the Sun Eater Owlbear, its fey minions, and a shambling mound. At the bottom of the pond, where the shambling mound had been, there was a large geode of ether. None of us could really swim down there to get it, but Rebecca suggested we have the Hallowed Flames take a look into it since we took out the threat. Naturally, that's a no-go for us, so we opted instead to back away from it while Nick sacrificed himself to the terrible fate of having advantage on one roll he makes within the next 4 days, as he blew up the geode, and now we are resting and heading back to the city.
Okay, perfect. You can have your recap for this evening. Oh, that's the wrong one. It should be this one. Yeah. Yeah, you find yourselves in the lair of the owl bear you just slayed, and you are kind of walking back to the trail right now. And Rebecca, the student of LU, who's tagging along with the Hallowed Flame, who's usually tagging along with the Hallowed Flames to be a medic for their bandit raids, asks you, she says, uh, she asks you, Nick, were you were
Right.
were you casting spells?
What, me? Yeah.
You said you go to the university?
Um, yes, sort of. I'm a temporary exchange student.
Ah, but you know the rules, right?
Yeah, I know the rules. Like I said, it's just a temporary arrangement. I'm not going to be studying there for the long term.
But I thought spellcasting students are like strictly prohibited. That's like one of the rules going to the school.
Eh, because of the I got special clearance from Dean Woodrow on it. He's well aware of this, so it is one of the rules. It's just for the temporary. It's just while I'm temporarily there, they're being a bit lenient with me.
Oh, well, I've never encountered something like that before.
Yeah, from what I hear, it's a special case, and I doubt it'll ever happen again, but you know how it is.
Okay, okay. Yeah, sure. That's some good spell slinging you did there. I guess. I've never really seen it. Well, the the bandits sometimes have druids with them, and they do that kind of stuff too. Except it's usually with weeds and grass and all sorts of things like that, nature stuff.
Really? They use that to cast magic?
Oh yeah, yeah. That's the druids do that. Yeah.
Well, that doesn't seem like a good idea. Someone could just walk up and eat it.
I suppose. Yeah. Well, they're usually using it to restrain people. That's what I saw while I was with the flames.
I don't think that the bandits had druid plural. I haven't encountered any with the bandits on the road.
Oh, I saw a bunch. I made sure the casualties were nil, but I brought them back to health. The Hallow Flames are pretty awesome getting rid of them though, or stopping them. They're holding up a lot. Well, sending them off to the clink. I mean, they're hustling merchants on the road.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's just I didn't think that they had magic users among their ranks.
Well, I didn't see any magic users. Well, they have some that are you know that believe in the flame as well. So they have uh, ones that use the divine sort, but they have druids as well.
Yeah. Well, like I said, magic users, a lot of people don't define druids as magic users, but if you can make plants entangle people just like anyone from the MDRA can, I call that magic both ways.
Yeah, it's pretty. I know it's a little broad strokes there, but we don't. I haven't, from what I've seen on the road with the paladins, they didn't have any of the arcane ones.
Eh, probably for the best. We get a bit of a bad rep already, and having a bunch of bandits be associated with us would be not exactly the best.
Well, I think they just have greener pastures to go to than banditry on the road. They get a free school to go to, and where they. Well, I don't know what goes on in those schools, but it looks pretty from the outside, anyway.
Wait,
Maybe
what
you'll learn
schools?
someday.
What was that?
Malcolm said, "What schools?" You said green pastures, and I kind of forgot everything you said.
Oh, I mean the MDRA.
Oh, well, why do they have their own schools anyway? I mean, wouldn't it just be easier to put everyone in the same school if they're all trying to learn the same stuff?
Well, some people are like him that are born with the abilities to snap their fingers and create a fireball, and some of us aren't. Some of us.
That's not quite how it works. You also have to use some incantations and yeah. Sorry, I'm being technical.
Well, the point is, some people can innately do it. Well, some of us, like the Hallowed Flames, it's different from Arcane, but they use the power from their patron deity to heal others. Well, I have to make potions and dress wounds. It's a lot dirtier, but you need them sometimes because they have sort of a battery.
Yeah,
It's also just kind of
magic ain't exactly infinite.
as being one of faith myself. Yeah, it's sort of reservoir you tap into.
Yeah. And it is strange because the bandits we've seen on the road, they're using the same powers sometimes as the Hallowed Flames. I think I heard them call them like heretics and stuff. That's like a 100-point word there.
That's just I am a religious person that doesn't like you.
Yeah.
Don't worry, if you are special, they will call you by it many times.
Well, Father Nevin says just people interpret faith differently.
As far as I understand it, Father Nevin himself was kind of labeled a heretic.
Yeah, that sort of deal. I'm not particularly religious, but I do my best to, use what we got in this mortal coil to help others.
Yeah, that's about all you can do.
Still a noble thing.
And
Though I'm a little surprised that you haven't dipped your toes into it. I've heard that that artificers can cast spells like cure wounds. Well, kind of. Using their formulas and knickknacks.
well, I tried that, but I failed the test multiple times, and I'm a little better at, going a little analog.
Well, fair enough. To be fair, potions can also reproduce the effects of certain spells and things.
We saw
I'm
it
sure
with
that
the herbalism class we took.
Oh yeah, I passed that one. That one was easy. It's
yeah.
the ones that produce stuff other than healing. I'm not so good with that. I just end up making brown gunk.
Well, you might get there eventually.
Yeah. Are we gonna walk into the night? Because I did that last time and I was really exhausted, and I was
No,
carrying a guy in full plate too.
we're gonna find a spot to camp out and we're gonna rest for the night.
Considering we've dealt with the problem, I think it's definitely we're all deserving of a rest.
Okay. Yeah. There's some ruins all over the place in these forests. We could probably take cover in one of those.
Hopefully one that doesn't have a million traps inside of it.
Well, why do you
Or
say
a
that?
mushroom lady.
Let's just say we've been around this forest a bit.
This isn't the same one as the one to the south, though.
Oh.
Forest with ruins is forest with ruins.
Yeah, there's ruins scattered all throughout these woods.
Why are there so many ruins?
Well, I didn't take history. I think it's just some remnants of ancient. The Expedition Society knows a lot more about that. Though I've wanted to. Well, to be honest, I've been trying to. That's why I've been working so hard. I've been trying to impress them because I want to go to the ice continent.
Oh, really? Why do you want to go there?
Because they need help there, presumably. They're pretty vague on the details of what's happening there, but they say they need a lot of help. And well, they were taking anyone at one point, but now they kind of slowed down and they're only taking capable people. Let's say.
Well, if you stick with us, you're going to get a lot more capable, I can tell you that.
Malcolm, we're heading back to class.
We've just had a lot of extracurriculars, as it were.
Well,
You think that's gonna stop or something?
well, I'm usually doing this shtick with the hallowed flames because they see a lot of. I've been the only reason I've been going with them is because they're tackling bandits, and that's an ever increasing problem. And everyone hurt is someone I can help. Even the enemy too. I've healed them up after grueling battles.
Yeah, they kind of need that after I get done with them.
Yeah, yeah. But if well, I don't know if you're doing something and you could be a reference, then I'll if I'm not busy, I'll go with you if you need a medic.
Okay.
Just be aware that we're not going off all the time, so don't be surprised if there's like days in between and stuff like that.
Okay, well I'll
I
stick.
think it's fair to say that she should be with the Hallowed Flames to help anyway. It's a much better thing to be helping more people than just us.
Yeah,
Selfish if she were just sticking with us, honestly.
yeah. That's kind of why I was with them, and I basically still plan to help them because they're seeing they're going all over the place. The area is fairly large, and a lot of merchants come to Loomhalsen. Unfortunately, a lot of them divested of their wares, so that's why they've spread their numbers pretty thin, and that's why I'm with them. But if I'm not busy, yeah, if I'll help you guys out if you're going somewhere dangerous.
Yeah, well, we'll see what happens when it happens then.
Okay.
Extra pair of hands is always useful.
What are you required to tell the Hallowed Flames about your ventures?
Here?
Yeah, or is this the first time that you've kind of done something off books for them?
This is kind of the first time, yeah.
Well, I'll say right now, the thing that we found in the water, they do not want that on your on your resume.
That
So you might want to leave that detail out.
what was that? That was a pretty gnarly explosion. It was like someone cannonballed from outer space.
Well, there's not. We don't know enough to really tell you a lot about it, but what we do know is there's something going on, and those that thing is involved with it. Though beyond that, we don't really know the details.
You know it's toxic, so it's kind of dangerous to leave.
And
Yeah.
why don't I want to tell the Hallowed Flames about it?
Because they don't want other people knowing it's out there.
They don't?
Yes, the Hallowed Flames don't want people to know it's out there.
They didn't tell you about it, did they?
So they're covering up something?
Perhaps, or maybe they're just trying to keep people from panicking.
So I shouldn't say anything about it?
No, because then they would give you more or less an interrogation trying to uncover everything about it, and they wouldn't let you out of their sight after that in a less than fun way.
Do a persuasion roll.
Okay. Just me?
Yeah, I'll let you have advantage because everyone else kind of chipped in a little bit, but you were talking the most.
Okay. 23. Natural
Oh.
19.
Oh my gosh.
Nice.
Okay, I guess I won't tell them about that then. It seems a little strange, but okay.
Yeah. Just, I'm sure someday it'll be a bit more transparent, but for now it's just a thing.
Okay. Well, what should I tell them?
Well,
That
that
we
way,
took care of the problem.
we fought the mutated owl bear.
The strange eye.
All right. Okay. Yeah. I'll just tell them it's been taken care of. Oh well, let's find somewhere to sleep and wake up in the morning.
Yep. Let's find somewhere to sleep.
And probably hoof it all the way back to Lumhausen.
You're planning on going fast?
Well, we're just gonna find somewhere to sleep for now, but yeah, in the morning we're going to go fast.
All right. I want you to. In that case, I want you to roll 2d6s each.
Wait, now?
Yep. Now.
Oh, we're not going somewhere fast to look for a place. We're just
Roll 2d6s each if you're gonna go fast.
All right.
Okay, then.
We are fast forwarding to tomorrow.
Oh, there it is.
Yep, I knew it. I think it was Ice and me last time too.
Okay.
I think it was me last time.
Ones.
You would be keeping watch, I presume.
Yeah. We
Yeah.
probably have shifts.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in the night you kind of find this structure in the kind of forest. You're not under a canopy right now, but it's just kind of in this kind of cover wall. It's just half up, where you started a fire, probably via Dante, and you're periodically keeping watch throughout the night, and roll initiative actually.
Oh my
To see
gosh.
who's doing which watch.
Yeah.
Do I get
Middle.
advantage on this?
Yeah, you would get advantage. I'll let you get advantage.
Okay.
Wait, barbarians get advantage without raging? Well, it didn't matter.
Oh, that's interesting.
Who's the highest in the initiative?
Uh,
I think it's Proteus.
no,
Wait,
it's Nick.
no.
It's what's Malcolm's dex?
1, so he's got a 9.
Okay, so yeah, it's Nick, Proteus, Dante, then Malcolm.
All right. So you've all settled down in your bed rolls, except for Nick, who's just kind of keeping an eye out. And through the dark of the night, Nicholas, 4 figures come closer towards your little hovel here with a that is kind of has a fire up. to stay warm.
Okay. Upon saying that, Nick's gonna give a small grumble and go, "Great. Alrighty." And he's gonna sort of wake everyone up.
All right.
Guys, we got figures approaching.
I'll let you only wake up 2 people.
Okay,
Unless you do something extremely friggin' loud, then I'll let you wake up everyone.
I mean, loud is kind of a Bard's thing, but I think at this point in time, he's just going to wake up, yeah, he's gonna wake up Proteus and Dante.
Okay. So, you see... So, Proteus and Dante, you wake up as you see, Nick rouses you awake as 4 figures are kind of within 20 feet of you now.
Nick's gonna pull out his sword and shield, and he's gonna say, "Prepare for anything. We don't know what's about to happen." And he's going to say, "We know you're out there. Who are you and what are you doing this late?"
They're not making themselves they're not sneaking around. They're kind of brazenly walking towards your camp.
Okay, then Nick's we know you're there. Instead, Nick's gonna ask, "Who are you and what are you doing here?"
When they draw closer, when they're a little more clear, it looks like a Thievel, a Grookey, a Rhyhorn, and an Audino.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll just say. So, before we get into it, do any of you want to hear that we've spoken to Claw?
Troll.
Roll.
Roll.
The Thievel says, you know Krull?
Yeah, we know Kroll.
Yes, and some of our people are working with you. I don't think infighting is something we really want to be doing. Well, at the main camp, I should say.
You have any proof?
I still have the map, don't I?
Unless
Are you
you've
sure
given
these
away.
guys are bandits?
Unless you've given it away, yeah, you've got the map.
Yeah. So I'll take out the map, though I will before leaving the tent, can I see it if they're like masking their voice or under an illusion or anything like that? Deceptive.
You have a tent?
The ruins that were hauled in, not the tent.
Alright,
I don't think we ever had camping supplies marked down.
yeah, you... So, are you gonna get close to them?
Yeah, I guess I would have to at least get within line of sight of them to be able to do this, but I will have the map out.
Alright, they kind of, they ready their weapons, but you walk to the Thievel and show them the map. But, he says, and who are you to us then?
Well,
I'd say more or less where basically, I would say neither allies nor enemies.
Yeah.
So you have two elderly Masquerada in your care, correct?
Yeah. Yeah, I remember seeing them. The Rhyhorn is squinting, looking at Malcolm.
Yeah, well, you got those two. I'm sure you can look at those two Masquerada, look at me, and I'm sure you'll be able to recognize at least something.
Well, we were going to ask you for supplies, but I guess if you are with our coalition, perhaps we have no business then.
We do not.
The Rhyhorn whispers into the Thievel's ear.
Seeing this, Dante's gonna go ahead and pull out like 50 gold to see if you can get them to move on their way.
He says, okay. He's now staring at Malcolm. Okay. 50 gold.
Things for supplies and basic commodities back at camp.
Okay. You're in front of him, Dante. Do an insight check.
$15.
When looking at him, he's staring at Malcolm and taking your gold. He's planning something.
It's been long enough that I could say Brisk has gone off and I have an idea of what they're carrying.
Yes. Which one in particular?
This guy that's plotting something.
Well, he has a scimitar on him, a very nice looking one the one that you got from that original group of bandits. It's kind of a very finely crafted one, with an insignia on the pommel. He also has a crossbow. And some gold and some just necessities. Very, very clearly, this person is a bandit.
Yeah.
But he's plotting something nefarious concerning Malcolm. Whether you give him this gold or not.
I'm gonna hand it over, and as I do so, I'm just gonna look him in the eyes and say, "And if you plan anything involving our certain woolly friend, don't think I didn't see that look in your eyes."
I have orders. I didn't recognize him at first, but Crawl mentioned someone that we can drop our no-kill rule on. And as my associate here has pointed out, I think he meets the description.
And do you want to risk your life on that? He's already killed others of your group. If you're actively trying to kill him, unlike the others, do you not think that he's going to kill more of you? Why do you think that we chose to wake us and not him?
We don't want to fight you.
We don't want to fight you either.
We don't
You're
want
not
you to
killing
fight
him.
him.
Crawl just told me. Crawl just told us. Him. Just him.
Again, him by himself could take out all of you.
You want to bet?
Don't do something stupid here.
I don't want you to bet your lives on that.
You've got mouths to feed back at your place. You've got people to protect. You're fighting against the oppression of the city, and you're going to throw this all away just to attack one sheep. Think
It's
for
not
5 seconds.
It's not attacking, it's revenge.
So how many bodies you're willing to put up to this before this uncost fallacy sets in? You guy, I know that your people are good, but you can't keep doing this.
I want Nick to do an intimidation, and I want Proteus to do a persuasion.
Fortunately, intimidation is the one charisma skill I don't have,
No.
but
Well, at least it's a +6.
+5, we're only in 3 proficiency bonus. Oh, 23.
Oh, it's still. Oh goodness.
Nice. Duality of man. Wait, do I have my bag?
Yes, you do have
No. Wait. When
It
does the
wouldn't have
bag
reset
recharge?
after a long rest.
Not yet.
He says to you, they appear to be not backing down, but halting. All of us were given orders to attack him, to kill him.
You're free to make your own decisions. Isn't that the point of your group? Or are you going to end up just chained to a different master, throwing away your lives for something?
Don't pretend like you know us. We're not doing this because Crawl told us. We're doing it to pay, so he can pay the price. Yeah, Kroll wants him, but so do I. So do they. We are a family, and that's why we are doing this.
Unfortunately, an eye for an eye makes the whole world blind.
Oh, I understand. I understand revenge very well. But you're taking revenge against someone who's ignorant to the world. We're trying to fix that ignorance so he doesn't end up causing more harm. You kill him now, and he won't accomplish any of that.
Yeah, Kroll said the same thing. We're just putting the mad dog down.
Did you hear me? You're putting down someone who... We're trying to get him to understand the consequences of his actions. If he understands the consequences of his actions and commits again, then you have full justification to do what you want. But at this point in time, he still ignorant, still learning. Someday he'll understand. At that point in time, he may even offer himself to your revenge. But until then, you're murdering someone who doesn't fully understand why you're going after him.
Do a persuasion roll.
Alright. Ooh, do I burn it here?
You have to declare it beforehand. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, that's why. You know what? I'm gonna forget about it, probably, so I'm gonna use it here. Uh, Thank you, Maiden. Let's try this one again. Okay, Parser. I'm not kidding. Maiden's not responding. 26. Natural 19.
He contemplates looking over at Malcolm and you again. Well, you will not stand down then.
We will not.
He's our friend.
So here's okay, out of character. Here's the thing: you've succeeded in intimidation and persuasion. You have to use deception in some way to. Well, you just basically can't use persuasion and intimidation anymore.
Okay.
I I despite doing what we do, I try to be honest. And leaving you here with him, now that we recognize him, that doesn't sit well with me.
Proteus is going to use minor illusion to try to make it sound like Malcolm is talking in his sleep, like he's more or less trying to grapple over the thoughts of right and wrong.
Like, give me an example here.
So maybe something along the lines of, meh, every no, when the what is death? People sleep forever, but Dante says people have a deeper sleep than sleep, and it's wrong. But why?
I think I lost them. I did.
What?
Oh, wait. Oh, okay.
You are still here. You lost the bot.
Yeah,
The bot died.
the bots died, but we're still here.
Okay. Okay, it was just the bot. I thought the bot. What's he talking about?
Didn't you hear what I said? We're trying to get him to understand these things. He still doesn't fully get it, but we're trying to make it so that he does understand. He's
What was that?
Negotiations are okay. What did you miss?
What he's asking you what he's talking about.
Okay. All right. Didn't you hear him? He's grappling with this question. We're trying to get through to him, and we're somewhat succeeding. But we're trying to help him unlearn information that he's assumed to be true this entire time. But you heard him. He's grappling with these questions. It's weighing on his mind enough that it's disturbing his sleep.
He even told us himself previously. He's asked to try and learn.
He's not there yet, but we're trying to break him from his ignorance of it.
All right. Since I'll actually let Nicholas and Proteus do a deception check.
Okay. $18. We both rolled 8s. I just won by modifier.
We'll take the gold.
Dante just kind of loosens his grip and lets him take it.
But don't think for a second anyone else who finds you is going to be as forgiving as I am. You understand?
This whole little encounter is just between us, huh?
Yeah. Have a good night.
Very well. Goodbye.
And I want to be transparent to you. I had this encounter all set up, but they are leaving.
Huh. Neat.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. So you see them walk off into the night.
Nick takes a breath and he says, through message, just in case, he says, we should still keep close watch just in case through the night, but at least we managed to avoid that.
Yeah, it's gonna be harder and harder to leave the city. Seems
Probably.
like
This is unfortunately
seems
the
like
problem
their
with
faction has grown exponentially since we were last there.
this is the problem with leaving a bandit camp up this close to the city in the first place.
Well, my grandparents are there, so it's going to stay up. At least until... Well, no, not even until, because I don't want them to use it hostage. So it's going to stay up at least until I can until Deuterium's gone and the cities stay for me to evacuate my grandparents back.
Yeah, but considering the Hallowed Flames have been dealing with the bandit attacks, I mean, this is only going to, well, get worse and worse.
That's a possibility, but it's not something we can really do much about.
The
We've
next time
already-
we find them, we might actually want to let Malcolm fight them, and then he'll just do quotations with his hands on his own. I have plenty of spells I can use to back him up that will make it appear as if he's going up by himself, but I feel like we need to put fear into them They don't think they think Malcolm's a killer, but not one that they can't surmount. We need to more or less make Malcolm a legend.
Maybe if he does that while also sparing them, hopefully.
If he doesn't spare anyone, the legend won't continue on, that's for sure.
And we didn't end up with a bigger issue. Imagine anyone out here would probably just turn them in rather than outright killing them.
Yeah.
So if the bodies get lost, you run into a new problem of, well, who's to blame?
Yeah.
And
We'll all want to consider ways to help Malcolm up for something like that when the time comes, but if we can sell that he can take them by himself and spare them, they might drop it.
Emphasis on might.
Even if they
Revenge.
don't, they'll at least recognize that Malcolm by himself is a significant threat. And if they up the ante, then we'll join in.
just don't like the circumstances we've put ourselves in.
Well, it's not like we had much of a choice.
In the end, getting your parents, getting them out of the city was more important.
Yeah. If we have become infamous, and if we start raising hell, they'd use my grandparents as a hostage against me. And I don't want to have to deal with that.
Well, if making
Yes, but
Malcolm
what's
the
to say
legend
we don't?
doesn't work, we might have to just turn around and get them out ourselves.
That's the other problem that I'm thinking of, is what's to say we haven't traded one hostage situation for another? Though, I doubt they would threaten an old couple like that, considering how particular they were about both the children and the elderly.
I don't think they'll... We don't know, but I don't think they'll be the type to attempt something like that.
I would hope not, but considering the whole family wanting to take revenge thing, what's to say it doesn't manifest in other potentially dangerous ways?
For now, all we're doing is just speculating the night away. You guys should get back to sleep while I finish my watch, and we'll have to take what comes as it comes.
Zanzi just kind of shakes his head and heads back over to the camp.
And you're just gonna finish the rest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can finish the short rest.
Yeah, you get a short rest. You get all your hit dice back, and you could use
Wait,
some.
we get the hit dice back?
Yes, it's a short rest.
Short rest?
Short rest don't give you hit dice.
Oh,
back.
sorry. You can use hit dice.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was...
I was like, well, this is the best short rest I've
one
ever
rest.
had.
Yeah, but morning crests over the forest as Rebecca gets up with a yawn and starts making breakfast.
Malcolm starts eating grass.
Completely unaware what happened last night.
Yeah.
But if they attacked, he would have been aware.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, you sit down for breakfast and you begin heading towards the city at a brisk pace.
Yep.
All right. So you will get there within 6 hours. And
All right.
you are at the city proper as you hit the gates of Loomhausen, and Rebecca says, "Well, I think I'm gonna go back to the temple, and I'm probably gonna go out with more more patrols with the Hallowed Flames, but I'll be there usually. Well, sometimes I'll be in class, but I'm with the Hallowed Flames most of the time."
All right. Well, I suppose if we ever need your services, then we'll be sure to pick you up,
Assuming you're free.
Yeah, alrighty.
assuming you're free.
Yeah, and just if we do enough, then just having multiple references, I think, is better than just one. So yeah, that's great.
All right. See you later.
And
Bye, Rebecca.
she gets on the lightning rail. What do you guys do?
Already passed about half the day now, so
Yeah.
You're
So we can
about
either
like
queue up our items with Polly and get our. No, do we ever start the doorknob?
No, you did
We
not.
we had we haven't done the doorknob or the other thing. Well, I mean we obviously,
Oh,
but we haven't done the doorknob either. So
we should probably
yeah.
get that started and everything.
I guess Proteus could hand his pass to someone while someone and Nick goes off to the apothecary, and Proteus and someone else can go study for spell scrolls, assuming you want to do that.
Yeah, we probably want me to get Instilled Magic Aura and Enhance ability in with the time we still have.
I say Dante goes.
Goes where?
With Nick. Because Malcolm can still get letters.
That's true. Malcolm and Proteus study session.
Proteus is studying advanced magical formulas, while Malcolm's studying the letter L.
Malcolm knows the letter L.
Yeah,
Isn't it you?
Yeah,
Where's
U is
that?
the next one he's going for.
Oh, okay. Well, Malcolm's studying the letter U.
okay. So you're splitting the party on this Wednesday about 2 p.m. Who's going where exactly? Just
I believe Nick and I are headed off to the
The apothecary.
all right. And Proteus and Malcolm are going to the school.
Yep.
All right. Let's do Dante and Nicholas first, then. So,
All right, let's get our D6s ready.
so you're. Oh, which direction are you going in? You're here right now, so you're probably.
Yeah, we're gonna take the lightning rail, go around to the here, and then go to the apothecary.
All right. Yeah, you two roll d6s for me.
There it is.
Oh, wow, the two unlucky people are rolling D6s. What could
Shush,
possibly
shush.
go wrong?
Oh my gosh.
Oh! A 6
That's
to
a
4.
6.
Um. While
He
you're
was not prepared for
while you're going to the while you're going to the research outpost, you see Ivy in the streets.
Huh.
Oh, what's cooking? Not good lookings.
Well,
Well, I don't know you had that little of an impression on us, but okay.
busy the last few days getting out of the city for a little trip.
Where's Proteus?
I believe he's studying currently.
What, so he's too good for the theater? He has to go to his school?
He's probably
I
going to come in
think-
tomorrow.
I think the studying is actually to help with the production.
There's that too.
Well, tell him he shouldn't be wasting time with books, okay? Not that I want him to come to the theater or anything, but it's just we had good chemistry together, all right? And it has nothing to do with liking someone. It's just you work good together.
Yeah, we'll be sure to tell him. And I plan on coming to the theater tomorrow as well and seeing if I can help out with the music crew.
Good. They kind of suck.
Yeah, they were pretty middle of the road.
Oh, by the way, I looked into that person you told me to check. And he's gone.
Gone as in away from Loomhausen or gone as in dead?
No, he's missing. I don't know where he went. Apparently the guy's kid is missing. I don't know where he went. I don't go to that school. I'm an actress. Actresses don't need school. Duh.
Considering the last time we heard about missing students, that's not a good sign.
Yeah, that's very much not a good sign.
Well, that's not my problem.
Yeah, we're aware. Just talking amongst ourselves. Thank you for looking into it, at least.
Dante's gonna just use a message really quick to Ivy and just say, considering the blood problem and the mutated freaks that were outside of the city, might want to be concerned about that.
Well, she messages back, oh, that isn't me, so I don't have to worry about it.
Dante just kind of shrugs.
Yeah, so just tell Proteus to get his ass here, because I don't want him to phone in a performance, okay? And then she goes back into the theater with a huff.
I can't tell. Not get a good read on her.
She's a type.
Forgot. Oh, wait a minute. Dante looks through his bag really quick and realizes, oh shoot. He's gonna follow in after Ivy really quick.
Yeah, you can come maybe catch her at the door.
I almost forgot about this, and he pulls out the cookbook.
What's this?
You wanted recipes on the treats on the tarts?
No, but I'll take it anyway.
He just kind of hands it over.
Not that I'm like indebted to you or anything because of this, but
You just mentioned wanting to know how to make the tarts, so figured I'd ask the kitchen downstairs, and they had this.
okay, this will be satisfactory.
You just kind of.
What do you want?
Nothing.
Then why are you giving it to me?
Because you asked for the recipe, and I figured it'd be nice to at least help in that regard.
Fine. I'll take it. Maybe like, I don't know, 40% now, I think.
He just kind of gives a half smile.
Yeah, I don't completely trust you yet. I know how it goes. You put people into a false sense of security by buttering them up like a tart. But I won't be buttered up like a tart. I'm a you know what, not some stupid opera house floozy. She just walks into the Blue Rose Theater.
All right. Well, that went well.
Maybe someday you'll learn how to talk to the ladies.
What?
And Nick just walks off with that.
Nick, what is that even supposed to mean? And he just follows after him.
Yeah. And you eventually may be discussing something between there and the outpost, but you eventually get there. And just to make things short and sweet, you're just, unless you want to talk to Polly about anything, you can just kind of drop off the materials and what you want.
I don't think we have anything to talk about, so now we'll probably just drop off the materials.
Okay. And are you guys expecting anything right now? I don't think you
I don't think so, because I'm pretty sure we picked up everything last time.
Yeah, I don't think we're expecting anything.
All right. Yeah. So you just...
Yeah. If you have the insignia claws, that was the only thing.
Oh yeah, no, I already got those from the last time we were. So we are good in that regard.
Yeah, then I'll let that little venture conclude. Where would you plan on going after the fact?
We'd probably head back to the school to meet up with Malcolm and Proteus.
Okay. Then let's go to the school for you two. Where's my school map? I lost it.
Oh no.
In the shuffle. There it is. Okay. So we got... I don't know where you guys are, huh? We got Malcolm. I'll put you down there. It's kind of encroaching on 3 p.m. Where in the school would you want to go? You two.
Classes typically end around then, right?
Yeah, they're kind of about to end.
You.
And Proteus, where would you go?
I'm going back to the library where we've gotten mugged every single time.
Oh my gosh. You should consider
Technically,
the bookstore.
last time we didn't get mugged.
Down there, right?
Technically, last time we didn't get mugged. We just saw a skeleton do random stuff.
As you walk in, Mordain says to you, I wasn't able to locate that servitor that your friend saw go missing. Are you sure he saw it?
I'm pretty sure. And I'll also return the book that we checked out as well.
Thank you. Were you able to get anything more from this?
I think we're beginning to find some connections between the items.
Why are you looking up a subject like this? What are you majoring in?
Well, currently it's about illusions. However, a lot of illusions need to rely on various elemental effects, such as those that some would consider natural from dragons, and so I was curious to see if they were the origins of some of those chromatic, well, not chromatic, whatever we want to call the basic elements, and how to copy, I guess, the way that they look and feel.
Yeah, yes, that is a stark theory. If the elements originated from dragons, the dragons of old. But thank you for returning this book. And he lets you go into the basement.
All right.
Okay. And what are you doing down there?
I'm going to copy down a Nistul's magic aura.
Alright. And how long will that take? Let's see.
The second level one, so I think it's 4 hours.
Okay, yeah. Alright, so you're going to be down there doing that.
Yep, and it's no longer half the price. I must pay the full price.
And there's also other students down here with you. During class times, like, it's very common for others to kind of go down here as you're kind of, like, scribbling notes to copy the spell.
Yeah, I'm trying to preserve that spell scroll, so I don't necessarily need to have it prepared, but have backup just in case.
Okay. Meanwhile, the bell rings in Eric Ellis's class, Malcolm, and you see all the students leave.
Oh gosh, is Quill still burping?
He's muted.
Sorry. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He rolls on in.
Okay.
Hi, Professor.
Yes, Malcolm, please close the door.
Okay. Malcolm closes the door, rolls over to his designated spot.
Now that you have a firmer grasp of the common written language, are there any particular words that you wish for us to analyze?
Not particularly. It's mostly just the letter U. I hear that one's pretty common.
Well, it is a vowel, so yes, perhaps we should have started with those instead of your name, but I figured your name would be the most important thing you would write. But don't liberally put it on anything. If someone asks you to sign something with your name, have someone read it for you.
Okay.
Presumably someone who uses a lot of big words. Let's put it that way.
Someone like you.
Yes, someone like me. And that is a misconception with you. It actually begins with a Y and an O.
Oh, I don't know that letter. Maybe I should know that one too.
Well, you do know the letter O, so perhaps we can explore Y and U to spell you.
Malcolm's face kind of scrunches up a little bit as he's like putting all that together, trying to piece out the difference between the letter and the word. And it takes him like 10 seconds, but eventually he slowly nods and he's like, "Oh, okay, I think I get it."
Yeah, okay, and you begin. What you're basically doing in this class is just kind of writing down a word multiple times until it's like stuck in your Wooloo mind, and it just kind of imprints on you. But midway through the your session here, there's a knock at the door, and Eric Ellis looks up and he says, "Come in." And you see a Zangoose walk in. Uh, he kind of looks at you, Malcolm, recognizing you.
Malcolm waves back. Hi, Professor Wolverick.
Hi. Thank you for the help once again.
Yep.
Nikolai, can I speak to you in private for a second? Yes, Malcolm, go out into the library and continue what you are doing until I summon you back.
All right.
Yeah, and Wolverick shuts the door behind you.
All right. Malcolm is going to enter his rage state and listen to the door.
All right, roll a d20.
This could be a 9. That would be so bad. Three. That's the flump one.
So there's just like a little Malcolm above you or something.
Yep. It appears next to him, a little ways away from him, and pops, and then he just kind of puts his ear up to the door.
All right, do a perception roll.
All right. That should be an advantage, and with my strength modifier.
Yep. As much sense as that makes.
How do you strength perception?
Flexing those ear muscles.
15.
Wait, I don't have the reroller. Never mind.
Yeah.
You know what? I think I want to re-roll this.
Okay.
Oh no!
That's
That's not how that's supposed to work.
The reroll is.
Okay. What is it now?
13.
5 plus 8, 13. I'm gonna put 2 luck points back into that to de-crapify it.
Okay.
No.
So you hear. Okay, it's good you did that because at first you could just hear it's kind of a somewhat not heated conversation, but they're kind of arguing maybe. But because it's your luck shined through, Wolverick is saying something about he knows what Eric Ellis is hiding. And you hear another. You kind of hear it like it goes muffled, but then you kind of hear words, and you hear Wolfric also say "missing students." Nikolai responds with "How do they know?" And that's kind of generally what they're talking about. You pick up those words in there.
Okay. Malcolm's gonna drop out of rage and just kind of wait.
Yeah. Give it a few minutes. Wolfric walks out, eyes narrow, and he just kind of walks past you.
Malcolm looks worried as he walks past.
And he just disappears into his classroom.
Malcolm just sits there waiting to be called back in.
You don't hear anything.
He's gonna wait probably about 10 minutes before he kind of goes up and gently knocks on the door.
Oh, he left the door open.
Oh, okay. Malcolm kind of peeks in.
Yeah, you just see Eric Ellis kind of sternly writing on his papers.
Professor?
Oh, Malcolm, class is canceled.
Malcolm kind of looks down for a little bit and then looks up. Is everything alright?
Class is canceled.
He's gonna walk in and shut the door behind him.
Malcolm,
I know you're upset, Professor, but I know there's weird stuff going on in this school.
and I am your teacher, and that is something that I will not discuss with you.
Why?
Because you are a student. My job is to teach you, not discuss things that need to be confidential with you. Now, I will not repeat myself, Malcolm. Class is canceled for today. So get out.
He stands there for a minute and he says, well, I know you're my professor, but I was kind of hoping you were my friend, too. I don't like seeing my friends upset. And he says, I get it if you don't want to talk about it, but if you ever feel like you gotta talk to someone, you can talk to me. He's gonna slowly walk to the door and headbutt it open.
All right.
And head out.
So you got you, but you did not get Y.
Okay.
But, yeah. Where would you go from there?
He's gonna go try to find Wolverick. So he's gonna say, Wolverick.
And it points to his classroom.
Alright. He's gonna knock on the door.
Come in.
Hi, Professor Wolverick.
Yes?
Is everything okay?
Yes, everything's fine. Were you eavesdropping in our conversation?
Maybe a little.
How much did you hear?
Well, I know you're upset with him, and you think he's... You said that he, you knew what he was hiding.
What's your relationship with him? Why are you in his class after his hours?
Well, I have a hard time learning during class, so he brings me in afterwards so that I can focus better.
Does he tell you anything?
Other than what I'm studying? Not really.
Just... everything is fine. It's just... a friendly dispute between two professionals.
I don't think it is.
And if it is, it is none of your business.
Look, Professor, you sent me out to fight a mushroom lady, and I haven't told anyone about all that. I think if something weird's going on, you can tell me. Because I know that there's some weird stuff going on.
Do a persuasion check.
Alright. hope I got the bad luck out of my system. Nope, 7.
I told you that because it was pertinent for someone capable to go deal with. These are matters, private matters between Professor Eric Ellis and I. And you don't have any business in it. I don't mean any offense by that, but you are a student, you are here to learn, not get involved in issues that you do not understand or concern you.
Well, I don't know if it doesn't concern me. I mean, I am a student.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. Don't go to his class anymore.
I can't not do that.
Well, do as you will. This is just friendly advice. Now, please leave. And he begins walking out, kind of beckoning you to come out.
Malcolm kind of beckons him to come back in.
Do you want me to suspend you?
Well, I think you might have a hard time doing that, but,
Excuse me?
you don't, let's just say, you don't want me disappearing, do ya?
Get out of my classroom.
Malcolm walks out with him.
Yeah, he shuts the door and then he begins walking outside.
Malcolm's gonna kind of watch where he goes.
He's going in this direction and you see him round the corner.
Okay, he's gonna let him do that.
Yeah, and he goes into the... Okay. Where would you go from here?
He just kind of walks into the library and sits there for a little bit.
Okay. Excuse me, what is the problem?
Malcolm looks up.
Are you looking for something?
That's Murdane talking, right?
Yeah.
He kind of rolls over and he says, I don't like seeing people upset with each other.
What happened?
I wish there was more I can do to help people, but I can't help them if they won't tell me what's wrong.
Well, people have matters they like to keep bottled in. Not everyone is as expressive and open with their emotions on their sleeve as you may be. What happened?
There are 2 teachers that are kind of upset with each other right now.
Eric Ellis and Wolverick?
You know about what's going on between them?
No,
They won't tell me.
I just saw Wolverick go into there. And you exit. But I suppose it's none of my business. As harsh it may sound, it may not be yours either. Things fall into place given time. I don't know what's going on between those two, but I think it'll be okay.
I don't know if it will.
Well, you are welcome to look through my tomes, if you need to get your mind off of it.
Thanks, Professor Mordane.
Yes, you're welcome.
He's gonna roll down into the basement
Yeah.
and find Proteus.
Where you see Proteus. Probably at one of your usual place.
The usual corner of solitude.
Hi, Proteus.
Hi, Malcolm. It seems like this library is cursed.
What do you mean?
Every time I come down here, something bad happens.
Something bad happened to you too?
Not yet.
It must have happened to me then. Malcolm kind of looks around to see the nearest proximity of any of the other students.
You're kind of off. He's off in, like, a desk by himself. Like, you can see some other students, like, at bookshelves or anything, but if you, like, speak quietly, no one will hear you.
He'll take the seat closest to Proteus and he'll say, I heard Professor Wolverick talking to Professor Arakellis. They're mad at each other. Professor Wolverick says he knows what Professor Arakellis is hiding and seems to think it has something to do with the missing students.
Well, do you think that we should grill him by ourselves or wait for the entire team? Granted, I don't even know when I can come back here.
I don't know.
How far along am I? Like, how long did all that take?
Like 2 hours.
I'm halfway there.
Yeah. Well, if you guys are just gonna finish it up, I'll let Dante and Nicholas come back as well. Unless you want to do anything in those 2 hours before they maybe show back up.
Malcolm's too sad.
Yeah. I just want to get this spell in before I start trying to do shenanigans.
Okay, so, yeah. Maybe Dante and Nicholas show up at the school, and you say Proteus, and it would lead you down to the library.
I mean, I think we would have figured Proteus was down at the library anyways, but alright.
Yeah. And yeah, you see him there with Malcolm, looking crestfallen.
Malcolm looks very distressed.
Sorry. Yeah, Nick gets down there and he goes, oh great, what happened in the library this time?
Nothing happened in the library.
I see.
Is Eric Hell's class, or
It got canceled. Professor Wolverick came in and he got angry, and he said that he knows what Professor Arakellis is hiding. Has something to do with the missing students. Professor Arakellis asked how they know.
That's strange.
Well, what do you want to do? Barge in there with the four-man intervention squad?
Yeah, not a chance in heck. That being said, When we were passing through here, was Professor Achilles' door still closed?
It was closed when you got back.
Alright. Nick's going to say his name just to make sure it's pointing towards his classroom.
It starts spinning around in circles.
Huh. Well, either classrooms themselves are, no find zones, or he's already gone, so there's not much we can do.
No, they're definitely not no find zones, considering that's how we located their classes, at least
Right,
in the case of Father Nevin and Professor Nightingale.
right. So yeah, going to his classroom right now is not going to be not going to get us anywhere, anyways.
What, are you planning to even find him and question him right now?
Oh no, I didn't ask for his name to find him and question him. If he was still in his classroom, I was going to stake out nearby and see if I can gather some information in a more subtle way.
Wouldn't taking out a classroom be, well, obvious, considering it's right next to the light? I guess you could just wait near the doors.
It's, it's not too hard to do something like that, though. Regardless, that'll probably have to be something for later. At any rate, is there any other studying you wanted to do?
Well, it
Dante
depends
just
on
kinda
how
looks
much time there is, but we can always study the. And then I guess I'll just message the bottom floor.
Well, the library's also closing soon, or it's probably like closing right away because it's 7 o'clock.
Yeah, by the time he
Alright.
finishes, it's gonna be.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, sneaking downstairs, that's the easy part. Staying there all night, that's the hard part.
I'm thinking. I'm thinking that study session will have to be saved for another time, unless you guys really want me to risk it. I think for now, since the library is closed, I think we've got one more thing we should investigate today before we head to bed.
What are you thinking?
There's something suspicious about that airship hangar. Whenever we pass by it, I can't put my finger on it, but something's off about it. So I was thinking we may as well scope the place out and at least see what we could see from ground level.
Isn't it just being used as storage right now, considering, well, air travel right now is not exactly feasible with the whole. He just uses produce flame.
Yeah. But even still, storage could mean many things, especially for deuterium.
Isn't that a ways out from hotel?
Now, we still got a bit of time left in the day. I mean, it's the other way around, yes, but it's near the lightning rail, so
Yeah. Will we have to go like this to get there, or can we go like this?
I would assume the lightning rail's faster, but
Question
Yeah,
is,
but I don't know if we can like exit through the back side of the school to
Yeah,
it, though.
you can.
Okay, so
Like there's technically some.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll just take the lightning. We just take the lightning rail to go to there.
is there enough time for there and back again?
If
I mean, the lightning rails.
takes about a half an hour between each stop, or like 15 minutes between each stop.
15.
Yeah. It's 7 p.m., right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it was 6,
We got time.
but yeah, we still got
No.
time.
Yeah.
45 all the way around.
Us
not
Mr.
including travel
Incredible
from
this
here.
day away.
All right. So you're
Yeah, we got
gonna
time.
leave the school as Mordane's closing the library,
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
and you hop on the lightning rail where some of you are gonna pay.
Yep.
Okay, fine.
What do you mean? Okay, fine.
Malcolm just wants to go back to the hotel and sulk the rest of the night away.
Oh, gosh.
We bring sulking sheep to the airship hangar.
Yeah. Okay. So you get off at this familiar stop, but it's by the temple. And yeah, in front of you is a very large. It very much looks like a football stadium, but the top is open, and from the lightning rail level, you can see there is this ship being worked on, and due to your experience with it, you know that it's made out of magnesite. But from the ground level, it's very much like this big industrial warehouse where there's steel defenders stationed there on all the entrances. The windows are tinted.
Mm-hmm. He says the windows are tinted. That makes me really want to do something to If only the tinted windows were not such a public visibility issue.
I assume they're tinted for a reason. Got this place pretty well armed, all things considering.
Is the security like normal for the airship hangar, or does it seem like somehow has more security than it did when it was active?
There's a little more security now, like a lot more, because they're not really using the airship hangar anymore for transportation, as the flames give out. Like ships can stay aloft, but it's just like barely now because of the way fire's working now. But there's a lot of security around here. And from this side of the building, you actually see a ferry pull up, and there's kind of a large door that opens, bringing in. You see the steel defenders and some people operating them, bringing in large crates and barrels.
How much of this is just being shipped directly from Iron Broach?
It's coming from the trench. I don't know if Iron Broach shares a river with Boomholtzen.
Gives me a thought, though I wouldn't be sure how we'd be able to pull it off.
A plan involving you guys sneaking inside is not going to involve me. Mostly from the fact that, well, I doubt I'm hiding.
Well, the neat thing about this plan is it's very possible that You wouldn't need to worry as much. If possible, if we could make ourselves some of their shipment boxes, then they'd be able to take us directly in.
And once we're in, how exactly do we get out?
Probably by causing a distraction, getting the guards to focus on that distraction, and then leaving through their blind spot.
No, I'd rather not get a wanted poster with my face on it.
Well, there's a few. I think we have a few tricks up our sleeve. We can take a stab at it with.
You got a plan, Proteus?
Well, getting out the robes of Wherev can help with that. Because all we have to do is, well, actually, why is the range of this spell so bad? All right, maybe that's not a plan. I was thinking of using Daydream, but it has a range of 30 feet.
Weren't we getting a special doorknob from
Yeah, that we
Apothecary?
maybe we do run away for that. Because
You owe me 10 gold.
we have to wait until tomorrow to get the doorknob, but the doorknob is honestly probably our best way out. Because we make a portal, everyone gets out, and we can get in unseen, which means that if everything goes correctly, we could do it a second time. Whereas if we have to make a distraction to get out multiple times, that will eventually collapse.
Yeah, that's entirely fair.
I vote for the doorknob plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, as much fun as it would be to go solid snake on this. I was thinking of even turning a box invisible and then trying to sneak in that way. I'd have to rip out the bottom so I could walk, but
Okay, so no longer solid. Well, no, still solid snake.
it's still solid snake. It's just unlike solid snake, box makes me invisible. But yeah,
I guess you're
yeah. My only
abandoning.
hesitation about going back now is when is the next opportunity to do something here going to arise?
Well, that's a
'Cause
very good.
it seems like tomorrow I have to go. We have to go to the theater. So Malcolm might be
Right.
able to talk to Eric Ellis tomorrow about more things. I don't know. Where do we like?
I think for his own sanity, he needs to.
Yeah. Like I wanted to put more manpower one place and power out one thing, but I feel like we have to split.
Have to split.
I mean, what's Malcolm gonna do at the theater anyway? Let's be honest.
I guess that's fair. I was more thinking for the school.
Oh well.
But yeah, it's like yeah. Well, I guess yeah, it is what it is. Tomorrow's Thursday though, so I'm going to be tied up with the theater for the next 2 days.
Right.
I don't think we really got a good way of getting in at this point in time anyway, so
Yeah.
unless you can like make Nick invisible as he flies himself in through the top.
The
That
problem
might
is,
be
what even is our
possible.
goal inside the hangar?
Spying.
Find dragon blood. I don't know.
Yeah.
Dragon blood, find the ether. stuff like that.
And if we found ether there alone in their crates, like that's pretty incriminating.
Yeah, I mean that is yes.
And there's a few methods that we can attempt to get that going, but I would need more spells. If I could get us in a box and turn the box invisible, Nick could fly inside the box and be invisible, land inside there, and then if we have a replay crystal, we could then, take video evidence. But that the setup for that requires me to like prepare for it, and I'm not set up for that.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're not really set up in general. Like I
Yeah.
said, the most we could do is make Nick invisible and him fly in, but I don't know if we are even capable of that right now, and it's probably not worth it.
Yeah, I think we just
So,
head back
To
to the
Hotel.
Yeah.
hotel.
the hotel. Okay.
Yep. And then we go for midnight study session where I use this spell scroll of enhance ability and try to staple it in and hope for the best.
All right. So if you're going back to the hotel, you can have a long rest then. If you're just gonna go to sleep,
Yep.
a real
All right.
long
Well,
rest.
Wait, Malcolm, bolster me before we do this.
Bolster.
There, now I can't fail.
Okay, but you still lose money.
But I still lose money.
But
All
you're
right.
still hungry.
Enhance ability is second level, I think. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, it is now
Why?
in your book.
$100 is gone, and the spell scroll is gone too.
also, well, I'll just handle the 20. So I guess I'm dropping 40 then.
Nah, it's fine. I got it. Don't worry about it.
All right. I'll say you wake up on a Thursday morning in your luxurious hotel with spectacular food.
Yay,
Ah,
food.
No knock at the door.
No knock at the door.
Ah, I ordered extra tarts and everything. Put them in a paper bag and bring it to her. I'm sure maybe they'll get us to 41%.
Okay. Yeah, well,
All
I'm
right.
going there
I
anyway.
guess we're splitting. Is it like 3 and 1? Malcolm's going to the.
I guess so, yeah.
All right, but
And I don't know.
Well, I assume we're going to school first, and then we're doing this.
This kind of happens at like the same time usually.
oh, Malcolm's usual class is after hours.
That's
Yeah.
So, like, what will Malcolm be doing for a good, like, 6 hours?
I'm still trying to think about it. I feel like he would still go to Professor Arakelsa's class anyway. Like, beyond just his normal.
Like, in the real class?
Yeah.
Okay. And everyone else wants to go to the theater?
Today's the.
Yeah.
Thought we were going to do this after school, but I guess we're doing it now.
Or,
Well,
Wasn't
the theater
Friday?
asks for me in the morning when I do stuff with it, is the thing.
Did they?
yes.
Oh. Never mind then, yeah, I guess.
The actual thing going on with Ozzy isn't until Friday.
Yeah, it's tomorrow.
Then. Yeah, I guess. Probably just Proteus going to the theater then, huh?
Well, Nick also wants to help with the pit crew, so.
Right. Um. I don't think I can really provide anything with the theater, unfortunately.
Okay,
So,
then I guess
yeah,
you can go help Father Nevin or something like that.
mm, yeah.
All right.
All right. I think I've flopped my spells around for the day adequately.
Okay, we'll start with the theater then. It's close enough to the lightning area where you don't have to roll. All right. So in the theater, it's Nicholas and Proteus in here, correct?
Correct.
All right. All right. So you get into you open the large doors, and immediately it looks like some things have changed in here. There's a stand where it says everything must go sale 25% off. It hasn't been loaded with merchandise yet, but it looks like it's being prepared right at the front.
Looks like Anna's doing her work.
Yep, we'll take that as a good sign.
And you like see concept art of like the dolls and action figures they're gonna sell.
Oh my gosh.
I can only imagine how ugly they are.
Yeah, it's like bootleg. It's like Chinese bootlegs.
Oh my gosh. Nick's just rolling his eyes the entire time.
Colored like completely wrong. It's like when you walk into a dollar store and you see like the power morphers.
Oh my god.
Yeah, but that's at the front, and as you get into the theater proper, Giovanni's there, looking at the script, and you see him like ticking things out and stuff, and then he sees you, and his eyes kind of widen as he kind of like puts it down and then begins going over towards you, Proteus, and he says, "What did you do?"
He raises an eyebrow. What?
What did you do to Ivy?
I don't understand.
She's been happy. She's been so happy. She's usually really difficult sometimes, but she came back with a dress and she's just been ecstatic.
Is that a bad thing?
No, it's a wonderful thing. She isn't begging me for anything. She's very strange sometimes. She just puts her gold in the corner of the room. I don't know why she does that, but she's just been admiring herself in the mirror, and she's ecstatic.
Don't let her know you said that, but that's good to know.
Yes, and I assume it's wonderful you're here.
Orvin.
Gorvin, right. You said you wanted to do something here?
Yeah, I'm gonna help your music crew. I happen to be a bit of a maestro myself, so I figured I'd be able to give them some pointers and help them sorta make the music for this play the best it could possibly be.
Excellent. By any chance, do you know how to cook?
Not particularly, no.
Because another thing about Ivy, she just kind of threw this book into my hands and said, "Make this," and I don't know what she meant.
She's there's some tarts that we've been having for breakfast, and she happens to like them.
Okay, well, I guess I have to hire a cook then. Okay, no matter. You're here for the music.
Yeah.
The pit crew should be here any minute now. Did you have anything in mind? We had a score to go to. It's straight from the grass. It's some music from the grass. It's classical.
I'm not here to change the music or anything like that. I'm just here to help them improve their performance, give them some pointers, tips, and really make it shine.
Oh, okay. That's very okay. We can do that. So similar to Proteus, I'm gonna have you do a skill challenge here.
All right.
Okay, so first you're going to
Oh, and can I bardically inspire myself for these?
yes.
Okay.
If you're doing it between things, and yeah. So the first one is they're gonna show the score to you with each of the scenes, and it's there's there's action scenes, there's romance, and there's kind of the final aria. So you're very much going to be like Simon Cowell from America's Got Talent right now. That was that was dreadful. That was absolutely dreadful.
Okay.
So yeah, you're gonna listen to their performance. So I'm gonna have you do a perception check to just kind of find the imperfections in it.
Okay. Well, this is why I asked, because this is one of the things I'm definitely gonna try the bardic inspiration on. Because this is not my strong suit.
If you're using your instrument, you'll have advantage, right?
But he's not using his instrument. He's just listening to them play.
Yeah, I'm just listening.
You effectively trying to be the conductor.
I wish I could use my instrument for this, but luckily, 16.
So this is a degrees of success thing. So if you have any way of bolstering that in any way, it's sort of hard to fail it unless you spectacularly fail. But what I'm saying is, 16 is not the best you can get.
Yeah. Let me think. Let me look through spells real quick. Can't think. Oh, I've got. Okay, I think I've got. You could tell me no for this, obviously, but as Nick is listening and as he's sort of trying to work out the perfections, can he sort of strum along himself on, his lute or something like that, sort of listen to his own performing and sort of compare it?
No, because this is more or less just getting a gauge on them rather than it's what they can do, and you're kind of getting your red marker out.
Okay, then I think. Yeah, okay, I think I'll bump this up to 18 with 2 luck points, and I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, yeah, then, yeah, you can, with 18, you can find the places where they need to improve, by adding a few more instruments inside the battle music and softening, taking out some for the softer moments, getting those strings in there. But yeah, you kind of suss out what you would change here, without changing the overall score.
All right.
All right. In the next one, you, because you're doing this, you've kind of got to add in some new parts to kind of make it flow together because you're taking out instruments and adding them. So you're going to do an intelligence performance check to gauge the right instruments.
Okay, intelligence performance
So,
check.
basically, are you proficient in performance?
Yes.
So just use your intelligence instead of your charisma with your proficiency.
Okay, so that'll be +4, and I will bardic inspire this too. $27.
Boom. Okay, yeah, you know exactly what to like what instruments go together like bread and butter. And make it as seamless as butter too to transition the scenes. And
Okay.
and if you kind of wanted to join in now, to kind of lead them, we'll have you just do a basic performance check now using your charisma.
Okay. Will it be at advantage due to him using his instrument?
Yes.
Okay. Alrighty. Let's hope this works. $34.
Yeah.
Oh my goch.
Yeah.
Big numbers get bigger.
Yeah, so they just kind of went from like this low quality kind of YouTube cover to like an orchestral remix of like some pretty epic sound. Like you managed to make their battle scene go from like just royalty free music to like a Final Fantasy boss song with like the opera going and all that.
You have elegance here. Now add a guitar to it.
Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, the music is definitely stepped up now.
Alright. Cool.
And with you, Proteus, you had what was the thing you failed in? It was the improvising, right?
I'm like, I do not remember.
Yeah, I think it was something like that. So they're gonna you basically I think you got everything but that. So they're gonna pull you on stage again to rehearse that. And I think it was a performance check. I'll just say it's a straight up performance check. So they get you doing the line reads again.
Yep. So no costume help. So enhance ability before I come out. So 2d20, keep 1 plus 4. All right, let's re-roll that one with the bag because it lets me re-roll one thing, I think, right?
Yeah.
All right. Ah, much better. 23.
Yeah, you definitely got the art of improvising now, and you've passed all 3. So, with that now, I'm going to say you are proficient in performance now.
I was already proficient in performance.
Ah, okay. Never mind then. I thought you weren't.
No.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah, you have it. I'm debating whether to let you have expertise, but we'll maybe come back to that.
Yeah.
All right. So with that, you've kind of gotten the music down, the performance down now. And Giovanni says, "Wonderful, wonderful! Cut, cut, cut! You certainly picked this up very fast, Proteus. At first, I had my doubts about you, but no, I had no doubts about you.
All about continuing to practice.
Are you still coming? You said you're with the school, correct?"
Yeah, I talked to them about becoming a bit more involved, but they decided to keep with the original arrangement.
So you'll be here tomorrow to set up the props, I take it? I thought the professor was mainly leading that, but I assumed you are in her class.
Yeah, but, well, you need me more than they do, let's be honest.
Yes, but will you be with them that day? Because if you're with them, I'd feel confident. If you seem to be, you're actually very reliable, and if you were overseeing it as well, I'd be happy if you did that.
Yeah, I could do what I can there, though I can't be performing and doing that at the same time.
Yeah, and Ivy says, Giovanni, dear, I'm sure he'll do his best, right?
Yep.
Yes, yeah, no doubt, no doubt. And you are doing a wonderful job there with the music. It's spectacular. And Anna's like, oh yeah, we could sell the OST too.
Yeah, you're welcome, music.
Yeah, we've actually got to license that pretty fast. Otherwise, some hobo could steal it and say they made it.
It's just pausing for a second, but then he continues. It's been a while since I've been able to really go all out with my musical talent. Reminds me of some other times.
Can I, Ivy says, I just like to have a word with my lovely co-star here. Would you mind that, Giovanni? Oh, no, certainly, Ivy. Take a break. We can take 15. Anyone want coffee? The coffee machine's right over there.
Pan over to the coffee machine and it's missing.
I'm gonna like pan over to the coffee machine and it's like, is it the one that we blew up?
No, it's actually like a normal looking one. It's just kind of like sitting in a corner with like a little coffee pot on it, as opposed to what the outposts look like. Yeah, and she wants you to go to her room with her.
Yep.
Just Proteus?
Would you, she just asked for Proteus, would you follow him?
Probably not, no.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure it was just Proteus she asked for.
Yeah, it's just Proteus she seems to be beckoning.
Okay.
Yeah, and she takes you to her luxurious room. And nah, we don't need to. You know what she's about.
I was thinking it.
All right. As she closes the door and kind of like the ditzy facade drops, she's like, "Well, you took your sweet time coming here."
Well, They wanted to do some investigating.
Yeah, did your stupid friends tell you about what I found about that Owen guy?
Yeah, he seems to be gone.
Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure. What are you investigating? Who's trying to kill me?
We're pretty sure that they're related to people shipping illicit goods out here. I'm assuming we're spamming message at each other again.
Yeah. What exactly are you looking into?
Those crystals that your brother had, we're trying to find out where they came from and how they learned how to use them. The MDRA claims they're the only ones that know, or at least that they were originally the only ones that knew, so if they're correct, someone leaked that information.
My mother sent me with them.
She sent you to Ditherum?
No, she sent me here to the air continent, stupid.
But then how did Ditherum get them?
I don't know. That's what just made us grow so fast. But Hemlock took them and, well, screw him.
Yeah, maybe he cut a deal of some kind, I guess.
But there wasn't that much. And she put us in a crate, and I wasn't hatched by then, but, you know, once we were hatched, we went our separate ways, and he took them with him. But there wasn't very much.
Well, it seems to be growing everywhere. Well, not everywhere, but seeming to reproduce itself in different locations, and they seem keen to try to mix it with dragon blood for reasons I'm not fully aware of yet, other than maybe they're trying to make their own dragon.
They can try. Well, I guess they did. If there's one sinking ships, you better not think that was me.
No, if what the MDRA tells us is correct, after we destroyed one of those mechanical decoys, it began to reconstruct itself with flesh and scales. Using those crystals.
So where are you planning on investigating? You gonna go into their headquarters?
Well, we'll probably have to get there one day, but that kid was apparently the informant for the Salandit who were getting it from them. Going through a lesser secure back wall, I think, is a bit easier than trying to go through their front door.
Well, what's your decisive plan? Are you just dilly-dallying, saying, what if we, what if we, what if we with your friends? Which will get you nowhere, by the way.
Yeah, fair point. More the problem we're running into is opportunity cost. Trying to go through that takes time away from this.
Ugh, I'm asking, where do you plan on going? Jeez.
Right now, seems like we're planning on going to the air hangar.
Wait, the airship?
They keep shipping things through there, and they've made security tighter than it was when they actually had people traveling through there.
What do you want in there?
If we want to procure evidence that they have these illicit goods and that they've been shipping them around, if we can present that evidence to the factions present on the ice continent, I think all three of them would be spurned to take action against Ethereum, and our job would be done.
Okay. I said I would owe you if you protected me here. So once the show is done, I want to take that airship.
You want to take the airship for yourself?
Yes. Yes, I do. But Hemlock wanted it, but I want it. But the problem with that crew is it needs a crew. Hemlock was planning on using those crows. And, well, I don't really have anyone who, well, that I deem worthy of taking it to where I want to go. So, I'll share the airship with you if you help me steal it. It's from Deuterium, so it's not bad. You don't like them either. Correct?
Correct.
And what better way to stick it to them than take their ship?
Yeah, I suppose we could try that, but how are we going to get it off the ground? We don't have the fire needed to do that.
Well, that's the thing. Why do you think my brother was stationed there in Ironbroach? Well, the political nonsense, yes. But that material they're making it out of, do you know its properties? Of course you do. You're a stupid dummy because you seem to have forgotten.
Well, I still have some on me. It's just I didn't think it could create that much of a repulsion from the ground to make it effectively able to gain that high of an altitude.
Well, the thing about it is the colder it gets, the higher it propels. And, well, I want to go somewhere very cold.
Well,
But we need a crew of 8.
Well, let's see. Wait, does that include yourself?
Yeah, it's pretty basic how to control it.
All right. Well,
Of course, after the show is done. I don't think they're done building the airship to begin with. But my brother was also after it. And I want it for my own reasons.
well, between you and my friends, there's 5. We could take Anna with us. At the very least, she would make sure that fuel's on there, though we'd probably have to talk her out of putting her face on the side of it.
She's annoying, but yeah.
Yeah, but capable.
Yeah.
We've met a medic who wants to go to the ice continent anyway, and we've been trying to convince her to step away from the hallowed flames a bit more. So if we can win her over, that would be 7.
And do you know one more person?
None that I trust, at least not with this.
Yeah, well, I'll give you time to go make some connections still.
But sounds like a plan. Though, you do realize this means that we'll have to put off our main infiltration of the hangar until the show is over.
Yes, I don't mind that.
We'll have to infiltrate the hangar to scout it out to make sure that our plan will work.
Yeah, you can go ahead and do that. It's very guarded. I've seen it a couple of times, and well, I can't exactly take the ship by myself, so yeah.
And Proteus nods.
But this is after the performance. I need to reiterate that I become a star before I go off into the night. I'm not saying we're doing this the same night. No, I gotta revel in some of the admiration.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be, it should be worth it.
Okay then. We will steal an airship.
All right. He'll hold out his hand. We'll steal an airship.
She shakes it firmly. Now, do you know a cook?
You know, maybe that's who we should be looking for our eighth person, is someone who also can cook.
Yes, I think that would be in our best interest. I guess your performance out there was, I don't know, kind of good.
Well, as I told you, I'm taking this seriously and spent time studying to make sure that today would go well.
Okay, don't screw up then, and she leaves.
All right, well, I guess I'll leave with her because it's her room.
Yeah. Yeah, and she kind of realizes that and just ushers you out too. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, you guys had a successful day at the theater. Cut to the university. We have Malcolm and Dante. Where are you going in the university?
Malcolm is going to class.
Okay.
Say Malcolm's actually trying to attend Eric Ellis's regular class, was it?
Yep.
Yeah. And what would Dante be doing?
Debating over this. I actually think I'm gonna check in on Nightingale's class again.
Okay. First, let us do Nightingale's class. Ooh. In there, you get to the class on time, and
Seems we've lost the bot.
yeah, I don't know what happens to it. It's just glitching out like crazy. Yeah. All right. And in Nightingale's class, they are going over, or she is going over rather, basically the process she does to make the servitor skeletons. So they're actually taking you in the back room where there's like a bunch of like just bones laying on tables, and she kind of goes over with the students how like necromancy, animating these cadavers is not it doesn't sustain itself forever. Eventually they fall apart. You've probably noticed a few like arms just laying in the middle of, like, arm bones and femurs laying in the schoolyard, in which they're just you're instructed to just take directly to her to refresh them.
Oh my god.
And you get kind of a her actually animating them and then getting up, and she talks very like familial to them, like they're actual people. Once she's like, "Oh, good morning there, Gregory." As like kind of this blank skeleton gets up.
Yeah, he's given this is the first time him actually watching this entire process, he's obviously off-put by it, but you know, not trying to cause any scene of any sort.
Now, there is many misinterpret what these are usually capable of, animated corpses, and they mostly do simple chores, as you've seen them in the cafeteria, more or less retrieving food or sweeping the floor. But yes, they are capable of attacking others on command from the monoborn that brought them in. But they are not capable of complex tasks. For instance, you could ask Gregory here to get you a sandwich, but he could not make you a sandwich, if that is clear, or that makes sense.
Yeah.
So,
Nothing as complex as what exactly would be too complex if it's something that requires more than just retrieving, or
yes, more or less, that they can attack, they can retrieve, but they're not capable of, like, if I told him to write on paper, if I told him to write a letter, he would probably just write a letter, literally, like the letter A. If I were to say I couldn't get him to write a poem of significance or anything. It's simplistic tasks, which is why you see them sweeping the floor most of the time.
what about something such as a combination of directions?
Well, that would require the necromancer in proximity to issue them another one. They can only perform a single task at a time, unless told otherwise. For instance, if I were to tell Gregory and Susan here, as she points to two skeletons, to if I were out on the water in a boat and row a boat for me, and that boat sunk us into the water, they would just continue rowing underwater until I told them to do otherwise.
He's sort of jotting down notes.
Now, some of the more advanced necromancy that the edicts forbade is capable of, well, devastating and dark effects. But we here at the university simply just use the tried and true skeletons.
He's admittedly sort of like listening to the lecture, but he's got some questions he's kind of saving.
Yeah, so for the time being, this is a little impromptu, but I will, well, the servitors, they're on their last day, so I would like the class to go out and retrieve them for me. And find any missing parts along the way.
Wait, last day?
They need to be refreshed.
Oh.
I could easily call them in, but I figured I'd make a game out of it.
He just sort of nods.
Yeah. And basically it's just kind of the class running around the school, just kind of grabbing skeletons to follow them, like picking up the loose bones. And yeah, like as they walk, sometimes like a finger falls off. And yeah. Yep. And yeah, I'll kind of let the class kind of conclude with that. But if you had any questions for her,
yeah. He does wait until everyone sort of leaves in order to pop this one. Excuse me, Professor. I actually had something I wanted to ask you about.
Oh yes, what is it, Dante?
Apparently there have been cases also of, and I didn't want to bring this up during class. I felt this might be disrespectful, but apparently sightings of the skeletons going missing outside of campus.
Yes, that's. I did not want to wish to bring that up, but yes, some have disappeared, which concerns me.
And as you explained, they follow orders, which...
Yeah. They're instructed to follow my orders, and basically where they're stationed, only the ones in the cafeteria are only ordered to listen to the students' requests to retrieve food. I don't know why there was grass stains on one of them, though.
I can think of a friend.
Yeah, that made me concerned. It was walking outside the city, but
I heard about a Wooloo who visited your class. I think you can assume or piece together that.
Yes, he yeah, so maybe we should iron that bug out when I refresh them.
But why would the skeletons even be wandering outside of the campus in the first place?
Well, there are several reasons. Either someone took them, or someone overwrote my control on them.
And that would have to be one of the other professors in that case, because I couldn't think of anyone else.
Yes, it would have to be. And we are the only, us three, Arachilus, myself, and Soulshade are the only Monoborn professors on the campus. And the skeletons do not leave the campus. They are instructed to stay within the walls. So how they got out is concerning. And that is the last thing I want, is for someone to wrest control of these faculty members that gave consent to the ultimate act of dedication to be used in some disgusting, nefarious way.
It's
Do you know anything?
well, I know of the situation involving a certain artifact.
Ah, yes.
And in my own personal opinion, I very much do not believe it's you, because I feel, well, there's a lot of obvious reasons why. It's too obvious, and it puts too much of your own career at stake. Which, the problem is, it still seems like such a thing being stolen is going to be a professor, so.
Would you like to come to my personal quarters for a brief spell?
Uh, all right.
Yeah, and she begins taking you. She locks up her room and sends after she finishes refreshing one of the skeletons, puts a broom in his hand. We'll cut over to Malcolm. Are you there, Malcolm?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so you're going to Eric Ellis's class, correct?
Yep.
All right. He sees you. Well, everyone begins to convene in there, and he starts his lecture. We are now going to go over the spell cone of. And then he sees you in the class.
Malcolm just smiles a little bit and waves, and then just kind of makes a gesture like keep going.
He puts down the piece of chalk, and McFluff,
Yeah.
and he begins walking out of the classroom.
Okay, Malcolm will follow him.
Yeah, probably like right here.
All right. Where is me? Oh, I'm still in the library. 1 second.
What did I tell you?
The class was canceled.
Yes. And what are you doing in this class?
Well, this class ain't canceled. Also, I just wanted to, I just wanted to make sure you were okay. You were okay after last night.
I am fine. and this need not concern you.
We're still going to talk about this after class, Professor.
He walks back into his classroom and he shuts the door behind you.
Behind him or behind me?
Behind you, leaving you outside.
Okay. Oh, leaving me outside. Why they gotta be so stubborn?
What would you do for the directions?
He's still just kind of thinking he's just gonna go over and sit at this table.
Okay. You see, do a perception check.
All right. $16.
You see Owen through the window.
He gets up and goes to the window. Wait a second. These doors or these windows?
This is the door right here. These are windows.
Oh, that's a door. Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know that was okay. He's gonna walk outside.
Yeah. He appears to be walking this way.
Hey, Owen.
Oh. Hi. Bro. What is happening, bro? I was just going to class to totally get lectured, bro.
What class are you going to?
I'm just going to be hanging out in Soulshade's class, bro.
Oh, really? I have never been to that class before. Maybe I should go check it out.
Yeah, it would be radical if you went there too, bro.
All right.
Yeah.
Malcolm will go to Soul, so to his class.
Yeah, and as you like walk in and the door locks behind you, I will not accept any tardy students beyond that. Now everyone take their seats. And you see Owen pull glasses out of his bag and puts down a notebook. Today we will be covering more of the Sorcerer Lord Rakshasa. Does anyone here know how she was able to attain this power to rebuke more feeble spells? Owen raises his hand. Because she was able to use forbidden magics of the Spellforge to create spells for longevity and able to repel those feeble magics. And because she extended her life so long, she was able to use the Spellforge for an indefinite amount of time. Ah, very, very good, Owen. Yes, it was a source which does not exist anymore called the Spellforge, where Monoborn could create spells with a lengthy amount of time, but it is been those types of facilities among Monoborn, and I should know, have gone unchecked for centuries. As creating magic using the components of various different spells is, well, it goes unchecked and would defy the edicts, but we are not bound by the edicts with what we create, or what you create, through your, through contraptions or your ingenuity. And so I hope for you to all to explore these facets to create something wonderful. And we will be going back to the models! And he's going to get you to make a fortress, and it's tower defense again. You're sort of like, he explains it to you since you're new to the class. You're basically going to make a fortress, and to prevent it from making an attack as he like launches a little trebuchet catapult at your little fortress.
So I just gotta stop that thing from breaking this thing.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
All right. Are you gonna make something?
He's just gonna kind of make like a little house. I guess.
And everyone kind of like starts. Everyone else is making like these like badass fortresses with like little flags and everything. You just make like a little house.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, and you see him kind of like line them up, and he's like, it kind of has this like elastic band that he's gonna fire like this little stone at, and you just see it like kind of go through some of them, but some of them stop the attack completely. Or
right.
Yeah, and then he goes to yours is next, and he begins.
And Malcolm says, "Wait a second," and he just walks up to the rubber band and let's see here. He takes out his halberd and he just cuts the rubber band.
Everyone kind of gasps. Soul Shade kind of like, well done, finally! Someone who thinks outside of the box! My boy! You are a genius! You're the first one to do that!
Yeah, I just did what came first to me. Just break the thing that's trying to hurt me.
Exactly! That's the instinct. We all have a natural instinct. The gift of life brings an instinct to survive, and to survive, you must stop the attack completely, not just defend against it.
Yay, I did it!
But I think some reward is in order. And he is going to give you some AC cream, some shield cream.
Ooh, interesting.
So this is a concoction made by some of the outpost. It's my ingenuity. It allows to replicate the shield spell through means. It's very complex to make such a concoction, but I think someone as one who thinks outside of the box as well as this bright young lad deserves such a thing. And what it basically is it's cream that replicates the shield spell, but it is not a spell.
Replicates the shield spell, but is not a spell. Okay.
And there's 3 in there, but once it's consumed, it's consumed.
Okay. Got it.
We may move on to something more advanced, young man. You just show up to my class and just finally do it!
Well, I've been kind of getting lessons from Professor Eric Ellison. He's pretty smart, so I think he helped me learn how to learn, I guess is how you could say it.
Well, I do guess evocation is in opposition to abjuration sometimes. Though I know he's no slouch when it comes to that as well. So we're very, very good on you, and very good on you for listening to Professor Eric Ellis. Fantastic job, and he gives you like a gold star too.
Malcolm's eyes like light up at the gold star.
Yeah. Okay, now that this has been solved, I'll be concocting a new puzzle for you to solve next time. Very well. I was getting bored teaching this lesson multiple times. And, yeah, that's how it all goes. That was pretty much your whole day. But
Okay.
let's go to Dante now.
Oh.
Okay. This is the first time we're going in here. So I need my legend here. Da 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 da.
Going somewhere new, boys.
Yeah.
Wait.
You're going to the luxury. Okay, I know where you're going. All right, so she takes you over to the she takes you over to the faculty tower.
Oh.
And you go into the Metagross kind of walk out of your way, and she kind of stops them when they start approaching you. And you go inside, and I'll show you what kind of clone you. I'll go like this. Player characters. Dante. And she takes you... You're right here. She takes you here, and you're brought to in front of a lift where she opens it for you, and
He will follow.
she says third floor, and you begin. It closes and begins heading up. And then you are in here. All just a second.
Goodness.
Where is she? Right there. She takes you over here and brings you into this room and shuts the door.
He follows in.
I wanted to speak with you in private.
Right, I apologize if the whole business involving the Necronomicon was a bit sudden and such, just hearing about the event and whatnot. There's been questions. Mordain mentioned it, so me and my friends have heard about the whole situation, and
It's just
obviously, even being one of my faith, I think it is obvious, like, where I stand, you could imagine maybe I would have had these biases, but from what I've at least learned of the classes, I genuinely do not believe it's you.
She kind of, and I, this is what this is about. And hearing you say that, it, well, she points over to her bookshelf, and there's this flesh-bound book on the bookshelf.
He kind of just awkwardly steeples his fingers and just taps his pointers together, looking at said book in the bookshelf.
Do you know what that is?
Our missing Necronomicon.
Yes.
But okay, so I'm completely wrong, but why?
You are not wrong. I did not take it. I did return it, and it was there the next day. And I cannot
Wait.
take it out of here.
You mean it keeps getting put back here?
No, it was put back here. I noticed it a day after it was missing.
So another professor is attempting to frame you, or
I would imagine, because I would be the most likely suspect, and you seem to have drawn that conclusion.
it's a conclusion that's simply too obvious.
Yes, I have the feeling someone was trying to frame me, but at this point I cannot return it because, well, they are going to think I stole this.
Then there were the situations with. I don't understand. Well, I can understand. I can think of.
And you are the first person I have shown this and told this.
It's not a situation that. All of this is so unfortunate then. Because. Right, we can't just take this back then and put it where it belongs because. Well, it'll draw questions. Who's to
Yes.
say that putting it back secretly won't just result in it being here again?
Well,
And
it's more the fact I am walking on a very, very, as you know, I'm walking on a very, very thin line. And if it is found out it was in my abode, in the faculty lounge, in the faculty residence, well, that's
people,
going to. I might just straight up be dubbed a malfeasant and expelled, and maybe even worse.
and we can think of maybe one salt yes as to who would do this, and it's. I mean, it would have to be someone else with access to this tower.
All the faculty
And
has access to the tower. No students do. You are the first student to come in here in a while.
Just that the only professor I know that has rather clear animosity would be
Nevin.
Father Nevin.
Though I know he dislikes me, maybe even hates me, I think he is an honest one, but you never know.
I guess the question is where that leaves us.
Yes, I can't. They will see us leave with it.
Can't just take it back.
Yes, and I'm sure Soulshade has set up some precautions knowing this is missing now, and I dare not take it out of my room.
So our only option is having to find proof of the framing in the first place.
Yes.
Because any other option would just instantly pull this whole thing apart.
And so I'm begging you to find out who is trying to frame me with this. I appreciate you coming to my classroom considering who you worship and your beliefs. But that is also why I think I can trust you with this, is because you did take the steps to not act like Nevin.
I feel it's still even wrong to say I'm understanding in some regards. I don't know. There's a fine line that I'm dancing on that in some regards, I'm not comfortable about, but at least from what I've gathered of your character, otherwise, your appearance betrays what I think I'm understanding of you more and more.
For better or for worse.
Uh, for better.
Well, I appreciate that, but
The problem is optics like that won't matter in a situation with the Necronomicon.
yes, if they find out I have this, then it's all over.
Luckily, this is already something we were sort of looking into, me and my friends, which brings up something maybe worth mentioning.
Yes?
There was a case of a skeleton that had gone down to the lower levels of the library simply unprompted. And I figured it'd be best to ask you then if that was your doing of any sort, because it was very sudden. Simply on the lower level of the library, no direct orders or anything. It simply dropped its broom and walked down to the lowest levels.
Do an insight check.
Boy. It's an 8. Hey, nice. That's a nat 19. 27.
Oh my gosh.
She has the look of like, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap.
I assume someone else is taking control of them.
No, the oh crap is like she she's guilty of something here.
Oh,
Yeah, oh crap, as in, oh crap, I'm getting caught.
I assume this was something involving trying to fix this mess.
No. Now, I'm going to tell you something, and it's going to make me look guilty. There are secret passages about this school, all about it, as it used to be the Sorcery Tower in the days of old, and it was repurposed. And some of these passages slipped through the cracks, and I found one in this tower that leads to the lower library.
I would assume a repurposed broom closet, considering I was
Yes.
down there with the lower levels with Mordain and, well, looking for said skeleton. It disappeared into thin air, so that
Yeah.
kind of explains that.
And the original reason I took the Necronomicon out was to, funny enough, look up things we talked about in class today, where I could get a reanimated skeleton to bring me a sandwich, but I could not get it to make it. And, well, since the Necronomicon was in my possession, I have been studying such things in secret to further advance the servitors, to make them carry out more complex commands in a secret laboratory beneath the tower and the lower library.
He just kind of gives a deep sigh at that one. And at that point, I'm assuming this is things that are now pushing far beyond just towing the line on the edicts and
Yes. Precisely, but I did not. But I put them back.
Do this.
I put them back promptly, so I did not take them off the campus. That is someone else.
All this just to allow these skeletons of the faculty to perform more complex tasks around the campus, just for
No.
what then? Like, not just the cafeteria, but perhaps better maintaining.
Honestly, I was just seizing a golden opportunity. I am allowed to do this because of a loophole, and maybe I push the boundaries for selfish reasons just to understand life and death better.
He's a little quiet for the moment at that, just mulling it over.
As I said, I know it makes me look more guilty of stealing it altogether, but I would not have brought you here if I stole it to begin with. I returned it.
There's no doubt in my mind that you didn't steal it. That's not the question. It's I understand with the School of Magic that you're very much vested in, but pushing a line already like that for more, maybe I don't know. I sit here worrying about the potential of power corrupts, but now we've hit a new problem of someone else potentially now controlling these for nefarious purposes, whole framing,
Yes, I did.
and faculty potentially at their throat, at each other's throats.
I know you were in the library that day when shadows attacked you from a page of the Necronomicon. I believe this was a deliberate ploy to frame me. And I would, most of all, I want to clear my name of that, if anything. I would never sick such dark magic onto students like that.
That's the question then. Where do we go from here?
Yes. Well, you're going to leave the tower, and I ask you to please help me out of this.
Just like to find the actual culprit in the first place, and then solve whatever's going on with the second dabbler of necromancy.
It had to have been a necromancer, or someone proficient in necromancy. The Necronomicon is an advanced book that even I have trouble deciphering.
Just leaves so few options, if any, to begin with.
Yes, it would leave me with the most likely suspect, whatever way you cut it. But I don't know how to convey it to you, but I am telling the truth, Dante. I did not steal this, and I did not have shadows attack you and your friends. My intentions with the book originally were good ones.
Professor, you don't need to convince me any more than where I am now when it comes to guilt or innocence. It's me getting tripped over a potential lack of leads, what to do, any of that.
I know. I thought I would tell you my side before you possibly found out I had this thing inside of my room. It would look even worse.
He nods. It's well, in a weird way, it means I was still right on my initial hunch.
Yes. And if you are looking into this matter, I can answer any questions about necromancy off the books if it helps you find any sort of lead.
He he thinks for a moment, just going over anything, and out of character, I'm actually like lacking any
Yeah.
questions.
She says for the future. Like, yeah. But
So,
for now, I will let you go back out. And if you're going to tell others about this, that was the risk I took taking you in here. And if you do, so be it. But I'm putting my faith in you to help me.
The only others I would tell were the same that are helping me in this search to recover this, and at this point, I guess we'll discover who's framing you.
Well, then so be it.
No one else.
Like I said, I'm not going to force you to keep quiet. I'm just asking you to help me.
He just kind of stands there and his hands together and just sort of taps his thumbs, kind of just taking this time now to sort of like soak in everything that's happened, considering
Yeah, I know.
the
This
revelation.
must be a lot for you. But I will escort you out.
That would be wonderful.
Yeah. And she brings you out, and we'll say classes have all ended, and Nicholas and Proteus are back at the school, because I assume they're going there.
actually, I was thinking we would pick up our items since we're in the area and then head back.
Okay. Well, I'll let you do that, and then come back here.
Oh, okay.
We have a doorknob now.
Yeah.
Don't know.
Like, if you want to reconvene and talk about the events today.
Definitely something more to do, either warding our room or heading back to the hotel.
Or we can, yeah, zone of discretion.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll probably do it at our campus room.
All right. Is everyone in line with that? They're going to go to the camp?
So this is after classes, right?
Yeah.
Malcolm's still gonna go to Arakellis.
Oh,
So we're just getting up on him. What could go wrong?
oh my gosh.
All right. Yeah, we'll go to Eric Ellis's class. All right.
All right. Hi, Professor.
Hi, Malcolm.
I'm guessing you still don't want to talk about it?
My job is to teach you, so let's begin. We left off on Y yesterday, and we shall continue on it.
Hang on, I had this all planned out. Now that it's happening, I've forgotten it. All right. Do you know anything about Owen? I don't know his last name, but he's the Semaphore.
Yes, he's a slacker.
Does he come to your classes at all?
Yes, and I've reprimanded him several times.
Have you noticed him acting weird lately?
No, because he doesn't come to my classes anymore.
Do you know why?
Because I reprimanded him several times. He's using inadequate grammar. I think it was bro, which is a filler word.
Flashbacks to 5th grade.
And he seemed not particularly interested in my class, so I sent him out.
Well, I think he disappeared, Professor.
What do you mean?
Well, I saw him, and he makes like little air quotes with his hooves somehow, outside, and he wasn't acting right.
What do you mean?
Well, he was talking like he he still said bro and stuff, but it didn't feel natural, Professor. It felt like you know them robots they got in the basement and over in front of the teacher tower? Like, imagine those things could talk. That's kind of what it sounded like. You know, he would just kind of talk like this, bro. No, he didn't talk like that anymore. He he didn't like make his words sound weird.
I don't know why he would be doing that. Perhaps he sharpened up.
Malcolm just kind of tilts his head a little bit.
Stay away from him.
All right. I know there are students missing, Professor. I know what Professor Wolverick came in to talk to you about. I still don't think you did it. I think he's wrong.
You don't know what we were talking about, but yes, their students have been going missing, and you should keep that to yourself to avoid panic.
Yeah, I didn't plan on telling anyone.
Listen, just keep your head on a swivel.
Is there anything you know that could help me figure out what's going on here, Professor? I know you're worried that people are going to think it's you, and I know it isn't. So if you know anything, then you should tell me so that I can help clear your name.
Do a persuasion at advantage.
All right, let's see.
Oh, I really wish I could help with this.
Even if I dumped every single luck point I had into it, it wouldn't work.
He says,
I already...
There's nothing you could do in these matters, Malcolm. It is not your area of proficiency to do anything. And I find when people who aren't good at a certain skill try, they end up making a mess. So let the powers that be handle this. And just concern yourself with learning how to read.
I still think I could help, Professor. I went to Professor Soldshade's class today, and You're helping me learn to do more than just read, you know? You're helping me learn how to learn and just think of things ways I hadn't before. See this? And he points to his horn that has the gold star on it. I got this because I basically just walked into his classroom and solved his problem when all the other students hadn't, and he'd been teaching it a long time.
Well, that was exactly my point if you learn differently.
Then if other people can't figure this thing out, maybe they need someone like me that thinks differently.
Do another persuasion roll at advantage.
Please be nice, dice.
Okay, that's a 16.
um,
I'm gonna put 2 luck points into it to make it an 18.
okay. He kind of clasps his hands together, thinking about your words there. And yes, I did tell you that I left the MDRA on bad terms for thinking myself better than them. But they stole my work, or were planning to steal my work. And I feared they were going to steal some other things as well. That's why I left.
Some other things?
Yes, I'll leave it at that. They... I know about the missing students. And I wish to get to the bottom of it. And Wolfric wishes for me to do some things that I don't agree with to figure it out.
Really? What's he wanting you to do?
Use some higher level, higher circle spells to break the edicts in a way to lay out bait.
Bait.
Yes.
So, like, creating fake students so that whoever's going after them will take a fake student then?
No. It was to get close to a dim student to use them as bait.
So someone like me.
Yes. Then I told him no.
So that's why he was upset?
Yes.
Well, thanks for telling me that, Professor. It means a lot to me. And we're gonna figure this out. You're not gonna get in trouble for something you didn't do.
I know, because I did not do it. But that is why that conversation happened. We were planning it for a while, actually.
I see.
How do you know, Wolfric?
I helped him out. You know what happened with Gus, right?
Yes, I know about that.
Well, I was one of the people who went in and destroyed the thing that was putting the mushrooms on him.
When did you do this?
It was a while ago, maybe a week or two. It was during one of the nights that, no, I can't remember. It was...
Did you personally talk with Wolfric?
Kinda. I mean, not at first. I was there afterwards, like after we defeated the mushroom lady, and then we came back, and that's when I saw him.
Because he...
No, wait, no, I was there the first time, because I remember I put the mushrooms to sleep.
Because he told me you were the perfect candidate of a stupid student the day I met you.
No, this definitely happened after...
Then how does he know you?
That's what I'm wondering. Because, yeah, I definitely talked to him after I first met you. I'm gonna have to tell the guys about this one.
Who?
The guys.
What guys?
Just the, I'm not the only one that's, looking into this stuff.
Why are you looking into this stuff?
You know, I honestly can't quite remember. It had something to do with, like, there's like it was either something to do with the missing students or something. There was something here that people weren't supposed to be using. It was one of them two things.
Well, for now, let's continue with our class. We left off on why. We shall continue with that.
Okay.
And for the sake of consistency, I'll let you finish that up and go back to the guys.
Okay.
Yeah. But he says as you leave, and keep your head on a swivel, like I said.
You got it, Professor.
Alright, you can go to the room. I don't know if you guys were waiting for Malcolm while discussing, or...
Malcolm pops in, like, hi guys, and he's got this gold star on his horn.
I didn't know Professor Eric House gave gold stars.
Oh no, I went to Professor Soulshade's class today.
Why did you go to Professor Solshade's class?
Well, I went to Professor Ericle's class first, but he's kind of stressed out right now, so he didn't let me back in. So instead, I just kind of got upset and sat at the table. But then I saw Owen, and he was heading to Professor Soulshade's class, but he was acting weird. But then we went to Professor Soulshade's class, and then he had us do this thing where I built this little house thing, and he was going to shoot a rock at it. But so he was shooting rocks and then breaking some of the other guys' things, and the other guys' things were working. But So instead of letting him shoot at mine, I just kind of walked up and broke the thing he was using to shoot it. And then he gave me this gold star and this stuff. And he shows him the cream.
Ah, I see.
And then he called me a genius.
Huh.
Unexpected.
I mean, I guess that is a solution. Well, I guess congratulations on that.
Thanks. So what'd you guys find out today?
All right, well, time for zone of discretion.
All right, since we all heard it for the sake of time, are we just gonna go? Here's our
Fade
recap,
to
and then
black.
Yeah. Wow,
Wave
interesting.
your hands.
Yeah.
okay. So yeah, one conversation later. Huh. That's oh boy, that's a lot.
And we don't have any days, at least not tomorrow anyway, that we can handle anything like this.
Well, for now, at least we could parse over the information we've got.
Lot.
The thing I find most interesting is that Nightingale said only someone particularly adept at necromancy could use the Necronomicon, because that kills our entire suspect list in one blow.
Well,
It kind of does. Unless
Well,
we're
something
willing to
weird's
now
go-
suspect.
Well, something weird's going on with Professor Wolfric because he knew me before he knew me.
Yeah, that's also interesting. Ulrich should be not a monoborn. So that
Well,
leaves a ton of questions.
I mean, the dean could have sold us out.
It's certainly a possibility, but
Because here's the thing, both him and the dean are concerned about students going missing and losing funding. It's not, I think, crazy for him to admit Malcolm realize things about Malcolm and then tell Wolverine, hey, you know, that plan you had might actually be really good. I have a guy who's coming to do that.
I
Well,
don't
that's-
know because when I don't know about that because when Professor Eric Kellis got information on us, he said he didn't get as much as he wanted.
It's true. We don't really have much on us before our whole transfer students thing.
I doubt the dean might have gotten a slight impression on Malcolm, but
I guess that's true. It ain't too hard to figure out that you know me.
what I'm saying is, but I don't know if the dean would then go and say, "Yeah, this guy's perfect for your plan." It feels too ominous.
I have to agree with that.
Hmm.
Well, we don't have to worry about going into the passages, do we? We could
Apparently,
still try that today, but
yeah, apparently not. At the
This
very
explains
least,
the situation with the the skeleton disappearing.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we at least know where the dead zone is. Though we
Mhm.
could also run our experiment.
The main thing is it's with circling back to the Necronomicon. It's not just the professors that are allowed in that tower, it's all of the faculty.
Yeah. The problem is where all the faculty are tested from being monoborn, so chances are either a secret monoborn slipped through or where there's some sort of information we just don't know of yet. I'm half tempted to try following Wolfric, but considering the list and stuff, I don't know if tailing him is going to be a good option.
Well, from my impressions of Wolverick is he's desperate to try to keep something down like Nightingale is. Everyone here was hired because they weren't accepted somewhere else, as well as having somewhat capabilities in teaching. So all of them have something they want buried.
Pushing lines that they shouldn't.
But no matter what, we're gonna have to pin Soul Shade one way or another because if we don't clear something with him, we're getting nowhere. He's the only one that knows the security and its weaknesses. If he's not guilty, we'll need that information to figure out where things could have gone wrong. And if he is guilty, then that makes it easy.
Well,
Given
Malcolm's apparently his favorite student right now, so there's that going for it, but
I even said myself to Nightingale, it's a big question with a whole lack of leads.
well, could try a couple of things and see where it gets us. And Nick is gonna use the amulet to call for Professor Wolfric and then Professor Soulshade.
Wolverick would be. Wolverick is pointing down to his classroom, and Soulshade, it is spinning around.
Okay. So yeah. Well, we've got Wolveric's in his classroom right now. So if we want to try and focus on him, I could either go invisible or make someone else invisible and try and watch him for a while.
Doesn't seem like a great idea.
Yeah, though I was
He
about to
could
say I don't know if it'll go anywhere.
he could be grading papers for an hour, not to mention you need someone to let you in and out.
If anything goes wrong, instantly blow all of our cover.
No, we have a
Yeah.
doorknob.
Otherwise, I'm open for suggestions on how to proceed because I'm drawing a blank.
Honestly, we might have to go try to make someone break at this point. We might have to just push hard.
Well, that seems like quite the dangerous endeavor.
Yeah, but so is going slow at this point, isn't it?
The longer we wait, the worse.
Things
At this point,
get.
we're already on a timer. Add another one to the pile of timers.
I think. Here's what I think. We've got a potential trap, but we've got that notice that said come to the docks to talk about the missing papers. I think for now we'll put a pin in this. Maybe still keep our eyes and ears open. We'll see what information our dock friend might give us. And then if we get nothing from that, then I think we pick a target and start really bringing the heat against it.
Well, the dock notice won't happen until Saturday.
Well, tomorrow's Friday and we're going to be busy with the theater, so Saturday's going to be the first day we're able to do anything anyways.
Fair enough.
This will be close.
They wanted us to meet them Saturday evening, so what would we do Saturday morning?
Can't be anything involving campus.
I mean, it could. We just,
Wouldn't have any of the teachers to talk to.
I mean, we would. It's just some of them might be available, some of them might not be.
Uh, well, the campus would have less people in it, so if we want to do any sneaking around, that'd be a good moment to do it. We know there's a passage to the teacher's lounge from down this restricted section of the library, so heading into the teacher's lounge and doing some snooping there in the morning might be a good idea.
Yeah, we can scope out those passages.
Yeah, I think that'd be granted it'd be a solo task, but I think that'd be our best bet for Saturday morning.
Well, I could get into. All I have to do is disguise myself as one of the undead servitors, pull out a broom, just walk down there. The thing didn't even flinch for those things.
We'll have to hope that that's how they work, but yeah. And
Well,
I
they don't
guess
have true
that'll
sight, so there's no way they
yeah.
could tell the difference between me and the real thing.
Hope.
Yeah. We'll hope and we'll have to see. Fortunately, I don't think there's any way we're gonna get either of you two, Malcolm and Dante.
Sorry, I didn't hear that. What'd you say?
Nick said there's not going to be any way to get you two into the secret passage exploration.
That's okay. I'm sure we can figure out something.
You have
Something
just
else to do, I mean. Yeah.
I guess the other thing is, I don't have the spell prepared, but I do have the scroll. Do we want me to cast that spell here and now just to see if it works?
Oh.
Wait, which
Distills
spell?
magic aura to see if we can fool the school security system.
Might be dangerous to do so, but
I feel
if
like
you want,
I'd worry about the whole school going into lockdown.
I could cast it off campus before we go in on Saturday, though I might forget.
I think it would be a good idea to test to see if it might work. Because if it doesn't work when we do it for the real thing, then I'll leave that up to you if you want to try it.
The way that these things work is they point to other amulets, right?
No, they point to you.
Okay, so they are attuned to a being.
Yeah, as long as you're on the campus, they will always point towards you if someone says your name.
All right. Well, in that case, do we want to give it a shot?
It's your spell scroll, man.
Yeah, like Nick
Just
said,
not
if
sure
you
what the
want to
goal
do
here
it.
is.
Yeah.
I'm just not sure what the goal here is. Like, I'm trying to remember the spell's whole thing.
It lets you mask one identity for another.
Oh,
So you can make something Fey for the intents and purposes of spells that would detect Fey. So where the question that we have to ask is, does that work for like names and places for the school's security system?
Creature type of teacher.
Creature type of teacher. Oh my god.
I believe.
Yeah. We
uh,
said soul. We asked Soul Shade before, and it spun around, right?
it was spinning around in circles. Yeah.
All right. Well, then we have an obvious opportunity here, but I'll have to GTFO out. All right.
spell it.
Yeah. Do you have Dispel Magic?
You don't need to
Uh,
spell it to.
I think Nick has. Yeah, Nick has Dispel Magic always prepared.
Dante had it prepared right now. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. I will cast with the spell scroll for the purposes of learning.
All right. So, what is
It's still-
your intention with it?
I'm going to mask me as, or at least try to mask me as, Professor Soulshade to make my creature. Yeah. I don't know if this is within the parameters of the spell of how it would work or not, but
Let me read it.
If I could find it, I could try and get you
Yeah.
the spells. It's second level, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
illusion.
Okay, it's only like a chosen type, but
Yeah.
it kind of makes sense to use it like this. Yeah. Because I would probably be going, like, if you didn't want to be detected by this thing, you'd use non-detection, but I'll say, yeah, you can use it to be someone else for the sake of this school's amulet system.
All right. So that's more or less what we learned by using the spell scroll as it works.
Yeah, you say Soul Shade, and it goes from spinning around to now pointing at Proteus.
Okay, that's interesting. We should probably
And as
dispel
soon as
that.
we confirm, yep, Dante's going to
Yeah.
dispel magic.
Okay.
Well, we know it works.
We don't want that up too long. We don't want anyone else,
Yeah, no, I understand.
Yeah. So if I have this prepared, I could use it on up to three of us before dipping into higher level spells. So if we wanted to do some super espionage thing or just confuse the school's internal workings, this is the way to do it.
It might be a good idea for us to use that before we're going through the chambers. That way, if any wards happen to go off if you're not a teacher while in the teacher's lounge, then they won't go off for us. Assuming the wards use the same system that the amulets do.
Yeah, it would make sense.
Yeah.
We, yeah, we might want to see if we can find out some way of masking ourselves as a teacher. Perhaps we can get Eric Ellis to agree to a deal like that. I don't know. Depends on how confident you are in your eloquent diction, Malcolm.
What does that mean?
Your fancy words.
Oh, well, I ain't fancy. Well, what was it you wanted me to ask him to do again?
Do you think that he would be open to the idea of more than one of us masking ourselves as him to get up into the teachers' areas?
I don't think he'd like that. Maybe if he knew exactly what we were doing here, but
That also reveals what?
Do you guys have any more like definitive plans you wish to do for the rest of the night that is encroaching?
I don't think so. We're just
I think
in
that
command
was
mode at this
okay.
point.
Yeah, I think this was the last thing we had on like the things we wanted to do before the day ended.
All right. Well,
Yeah,
it
I'm
sounds like
pretty sure.
you've got a lot to talk about. So
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
So yeah.
Alright.
So
Fast forward to going to the inn.
so you want to retire at the inn today, or the hotel?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah.
Yeah.
You go there and you probably discuss a lot tonight as we leave off this episode of Pokemon Snow. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
The plot thickens.
Oh my god. Oh my gosh.
Ah.
Have fun
Lot.
recapping this, whoever's doing next.
Have
Yep.
fun, Ice.
Too many suspects and too much information. Yeah. Okay. Well, we will see you next time when these guys crack the case, hopefully. So, yeah, see you next time. Avoided an encounter.
Woo.
Yeah. All right.
Bye.
Bye.
But
Bye.